It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the San Diego Padres. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Tuesday evening to you, wherever you may be. Dodgers and Padres, Game 2 of the year. Dodgers winning yesterday, coming from behind. They came from behind last year, late in a game, only 3 times. The pitching tonight. The Dodgers will send 17 game winner Zack Greinke to the mound. Greinke 1-0 against San Diego last year, and a perfect 4-0 in his lifetime. As far as San Diego is concerned, the numbers for Tyson Ross will really fool you. He is 13-14, 0-4 against the Dodgers last year, 0-5 against them in his career. But don't forget, he was an all-star pitcher last year. He had 22 quality starts. In fact, he had 14 straight quality starts from June into September until he came up with a sore shoulder. One of the better young pitchers in the game, and a big guy at 6'6". The concluding game of the series tomorrow night, Brandon McCarthy will make his debut as a Dodger, and on the mound for San Diego will be Andrew Cashner. So those are the pregame notes. Stay tuned for the ball game coming up, and a whole lot more right after this. It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, Sportsnet LA presents the Dodgers as they take on the San Diego Padres. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Tuesday evening to you, wherever you may be. Dodgers and Padres, Game 2 of the year. Dodgers winning yesterday, coming from behind. They came from behind last year, late in a game, only 3 times. The pitching tonight, the Dodgers will send 17-game winner Zack Greinke to the mound. Greinke 1-0 against San Diego last year, and a perfect 4-0 in his lifetime. As far as San Diego is concerned, the numbers for Tyson Ross will really fool you. He is 13-14, 0-4 against the Dodgers last year, 0-5 against them in his career. But don't forget, he was an all-star pitcher last year. He had 22 quality starts. In fact, he had 14 straight quality starts from June into September until he came up with a sore shoulder. One of the better young pitchers in the game, and a big guy at 6'6". The concluding game of the series tomorrow night, Brandon McCarthy will make his debut as a Dodger, and on the mound for San Diego will be Andrew Cashner. So those are the pregame notes. Stay tuned for the ball game coming up and a whole lot more right after this. Very pleasant Tuesday evening to you, wherever you may be. Dodger Stadium ready to go, despite a little rain, which was actually, I'm sure, very welcome by the ground crew. And the Dodgers and Padres scheduled for Game 2 of the 3-game series. Bud Black's club losing a tough ball game yesterday, seeing the lead 3-2 get tied, and then, of course, defeated on the home run by Will Myers. He'll be leading off followed by Derek Norris and then Matt Kemp. Justin Upton hits cleanup. Will Middlebrooks at third base. Yonder Alonso at first. Jed Jerko at second. Alexi Amarista, the shortstop. Tyson Ross, the pitcher. On the mound for the Dodgers, Zach Greinke, a 17-game winner last year. He beat the Padres once. He is 4-0 lifetime against them. And against San Diego, he has a magnificent earned run average in his career of 1.8. So Greinke trying to pick up where the Dodgers left off. First pitch lifted high and down the right field line. Slicing foul and will go into the stands. Yasiel Puig trying desperately to get underneath it, but couldn't do it. I was just thinking, watching the rain fall about 40 minutes ago, it is a reminder to the team. Yesterday was bright and glossy, blue skies, all the pomp and circumstance, a sellout crowd. It was the opening day. But now a change in the weather is a reminder to Clayton Kershaw, to Jimmy Rollins, and all of the others. The excitement of opening day is over. Now the grind begins. From now for 161 more to go. The Dodgers battling the Padres tonight, and all players conscious of the difference from yesterday and this evening. Will Myers takes a strike, so he's in a hole 0-2. Will was the American League Rookie of the Year a couple of years ago with the Rays. His first Major League home run was a grand slam. He broke in on a high note. Here's the strike two pitch of the right-hand batter. Swung on and fouled away. So Will is still there. He's a big fella, 6'3", over 200 pounds, out of Thomasville and High Point, North Carolina, and a third-round pick out of high school. Last year, his offense decreased. You know, he hit 293 2 years ago, but last year only 222. But this is the start of a new year. Greinke rocks and turns. Slender right-handed delivers. That's fouled away. And the count remains 0-2. For Will Myers, one of his problems, in fact, both pitching bothered him. His batting average dropped 24% against right-handers. He had 235. And against left-handers, hit only 192. Greinke heaves a sigh, now looks in to get a sign. Strike two pitch on the way. Fastball in the dirt, and the count 1-2. In looking in Greinke at home, he has a remarkable record, 73-34. That's a brilliant percentage of .682. And against the National League in the West, he's really dynamite. He is 18-1 as a Dodger against the National League West. 1-2 pitch, swung on, fly ball to right field. Tracking it is Puig. Didn't have to go back to get it. And Will Myers, a fly ball, one away, starting the ball game here in the first inning. We can take a look at the Dodgers with the leather. Gonzalez and Kendrick, Rollins, Uribe, Crawford, Peterson, and Puig. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate, handling Greinke. Derek Norris, who did something yesterday I don't believe I have ever seen a catcher do. I mean, he went from home plate to first base as fast as any young outfielder. I've never seen a catcher run that well as Derek Norris, and it was a big play. He turned what looked like a routine out into an infield single, and the Padres went on to score two. It was at the expense of Juan Uribe. So Norris, the Dodgers now know he can motor, and they're not going to be surprised anymore. Strike one pitch on the way. Derek lunges at it, doesn't get it. They asked Derek, and we mentioned this yesterday, why do you grow a beard? And he said, because I'm baby-faced, and if I am clean-shaven, I look like I'm 12 years old. So Derek, right-hand batter, waiting. Originally a fourth-round pick for the Washington Nationals. He did very well last year against left-handers, but struggled against right-handers. Strike two pitch fouled away into Grandal's mask. Still 0-2. Last year, Derek Norris hit .292 against left-hand pitching, but only .208 batting right-handed. So Norris out of Goddard, Kansas, still lives there. Because of the weather, playing baseball is limited, so he didn't have a lot of experience behind the plate when he signed out of high school by the Washington Nationals. Strike 2 pitch, low and inside, ball 1, 1-2. So Zach Greinke starting off fresh, 32-12 as a Dodger, twice an All-Star, and of course the big weight is for Matt Kemp, who hits third in the Padre lineup. The 1-2 pitch on the way is taken in the dirt. 2-2 the count. Greinke against the National League. That means all of the divisions. His percentage is almost .730. 62 wins and only 23 losses. Zach looks in, getting a sign. Norris waits. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Greinke to the windup, over the top, and it's fouled away. Still 2-2 the count. Derek Norris. By the way, the Padres, no doubt burning over losing yesterday. They're tired of being beaten by the Dodgers, and especially here. Bud Black's team has lost 8 of the last 11 games played here at Dodger Stadium, just going back to last year. Here's the 2-2 pitch coming up. Greinke ready, over the top, fastball, got him swinging. So Norris strikes out. Good fastball puts him away. And a break at the end of it. So probably, although up here it looked fast, hurrying up, that was more like a Greinke slider. So here is Matt Kemp. Had a big day yesterday, returning to his former home. He singled to right field to drive in a run in the first inning against Clayton Kershaw. Doubled to drive in 2 in the 5th inning. So he knocked in all 3 runs. Had a big second half last year and picked up where he left off, as the Dodgers watches every move now. Kershaw having given up a couple of hits to him yesterday. The pitch swung on and missed. Fastball on the outside part of the plate. The Dodgers were burned yesterday. His first at bat, they loaded up the left side, and he hit a ground ball to the right side, and Kershaw could just watch it roll into right field. It was a spot vacated by Kendrick. Next pitch is swung on and missed. 0-2, and another pitch at 92. So this time, with the bases empty, the Dodgers do not commit. They do play Howie Kendrick, still the second baseman, but way over near the bag to fill up the middle. The gap is in right center. No balls and 2 strikes to Matt. Greinke delivers a high fastball again, so all hard stuff, and the count 1-2 to Matt Kemp. Matt, of course, big boy out of Oklahoma. He'll be 31 years old the end of September. 1-2 pitch on the way. Greinke works it low and inside. All of the previous 3 pitches were on the outside part. The temperature tonight, 57 degrees. We had the rain, and of course the flags hanging limply in center field. Not a zephyr. Ground crew did a great job of cleaning up the infield, and the field is in very good shape. 2-2 pitch on the way. Greinke delivers, fouled away, off to the right, out of play. Dodgers and Padres don't make very trades. trades. When they traded Matt Kemp, that was one of the few Dodger-Padre deals. A few years ago, the Dodgers acquired Greg Maddux, and of course Yasmani Grandal came here. 2-2 pitch on the way. Kemp swings, ground ball, base hit up the middle. So Matt Kemp, who started yesterday with 2 base hits and 3 RBIs, now has a 2-out single to center, and the batter will be Justin Upton. Justin Upton might very well perk up a little bit facing Zach Greinke. Upton does not have a good time at all against Clayton Kershaw. Against Kershaw, Justin Upton never could get started. and hits 111. However, against Greinke, we'll check and see. I know he does much better than that. He's hitting 500 against Greinke, 7 for 14. And the first pitch misses, ball one. So 1-0 the count to Justin Upton. In the deal that brought Craig Kimbrell to San Diego, it also brought Justin's younger brother, Melvin, who's on the DL with a bad foot. Here's the 1-0 pitch on the way. Greinke delivers, hit foul off to the right, out of play, upstairs. That's fastball alley, and the count 1-1 strike. Upton backing out, thinking over what might be coming up. Certainly he and Greinke have locked in enough times, 14 at bats. He has 7 hits with a couple of doubles. Kemp short lead at first. Greinke set at the belt, looks over at Matt, now comes back to his hitter. Line drive left field. Crawford, a diving try, never had a chance. It gets by him to the bullpen gate. Scoring easily is Kemp, and Upton into third. That was an ill-advised play by Carl Crawford. Of course, it's easy to sit up here and look at it, but up here you thought he never had a chance. It was going to be a base hit. So Carl, in his all-out effort, turns a single into a triple. It gives the Padres a run, and just like that, San Diego leading 1-0. And the batter will be Middlebrooks, the third baseman. So 1-0. Crawford, of course, giving it his best shot always, and Upton now is 8 for 15 as he cashed in Kemp. So the Padres scored in the first inning yesterday, and they're on the board tonight. Middlebrooks fouls it away, and the count 0-1. And looking at yesterday's game, the San Diego Padres had 4 doubles. And now they pick up a triple, and that scores Kemp with 2 out. Jimmy Rollins blowing on his hand in case he has to make a throw. And the strike one pitch down and away. Will Middlebrooks, coming over from the Red Sox, he spent some time in the minor leagues with Pawtucket. Middlebrooks at 6'4" gives you a big strike zone. Half swing, he tries to hold up and he can't do it. And the count 1-2 strikes. Will Middlebrooks out of Greenville, Texas. Wears number 16. He said he's worn that number all his life. Now the 1-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and missed. It was in the dirt. Randolph picks it up, throws him out, and that's the inning. So Middlebrooks strikes out, 2 strikeouts, but the sinking line drive played into a triple, scored 1, and at the end of half an inning, it's 1-0. Padres. by the Dodgers. Now the bottom of the first inning, the Dodger lineup will be led off by Jimmy Rollins. Then you have Yasiel Puig and Adrian Gonzalez. Howie Kendrick hits cleanup. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate. Carl Crawford in left. Juan Uribe at third. Jock Peterson in center. Zach Greinke on the mound. On the mound, one of the finer pitchers in the league. Make no mistake about that. And that is Tyson Ross. As we mentioned in the opening, he can be fooled the fact that he's 13-14. Great ERA of 2.8. He's an all-star pitcher from last year. Had 22 quality starts, including 14 straight. And his first pitch to Jimmy Rollins in for a strike. So a couple of boys born in the Oakland area going head-to-head here at Dodger Stadium. Tyson Ross turns, right-hander over the top, good fastball for a strike at 94. He's very impressive. He is 6'6", at least 230 pounds, and just one tough young pitcher. Strike two pitch. Rollins a bad swing, badly fooled, and down he goes. So Rollins strikes out. One out in the first inning as Ross picks up a K, and the batter will be Yasiel Puig. Puig, a very quiet game yesterday. Yasiel had struck out, grounded out, hit by a pitch, struck out again, and walked. So Yasiel checking in, and Tyson Ross turns, ready, and delivers, and the pitch high and inside. That's a hello pitch at 97. Yasiel Puig, 3 for 14 in the past against Ross. Tyson comes back over the top. Another fastball at 95 away. 2-0 the count. He does have an Achilles heel. That would be stolen bases. Last year he allowed 20 stolen bases in the first 3 innings of games. 2-0 pitch, ground ball slowly to short. Up with it is Amarista, and the throw in time. Puig making it close, hustling down the line. So we have 2 out in the first inning, and the batter will be Gonzalez. Here's San Diego defensively. Alonso and Jerko, Amarista and Middlebrooks, Upton, Myers, and Kemp. Norris behind the plate, and big Tyson Ross on the mound. Adrian Gonzalez broke in yesterday nicely. It was kind of a hitting clinic. He had a single, a double, a home run, and lined out to third. They put the shift on, so Jerko, the second baseman, about 10 feet out on the grass. The shortstop, Amarista, on the other side of the bag. The pitch to Gonzalez, a strike. His home run yesterday, he got a fastball up out over the plate and knew exactly what to do with it, right down the right field line. That gave us a chance, and we didn't tell you about it on radio. We talked about it on TV. He takes off the plate. The foul poles are misnamed. The foul lines are misnamed. The foul pole is fair. The lines are fair. So it should be the fair pole and the fair lines. The next one to Gonzalez swung on and missed, and the count 1-2. What's interesting about that is in 1962, the Dodgers played the entire season here at Dodger Stadium with the foul poles actually in foul ground. Nobody realized it till the end of the year. So they couldn't move the foul poles because they're wedded into the ground in concrete. The pitch to Gonzalez, strike 3 called. So they just moved home plate. That changed the lines, and everything was fair after being fouled. And at the end of an inning, it's San Diego 1 and the Dodgers nothing. eyes. That little boy, about 2 years old, really got himself a set, sitting in Dad's lap. And into the second we go. Yonder Alonso, Jed Jerko, and Alexi Amarista. Greinke ready, had to work hard in the first inning, made 26 pitches, facing the big left-hand hitter Alonso. First baseman checking in and waiting as Greinke checks. Zach into the windup, and the 1-0 pitch swung on, little roller to the right side. Kendrick is on it and easily throws him out. We have one down. Greinke could use a couple of easy outs. 26 pitches in the first inning, despite going 0-2 to 3 of the hitters. And what was interesting, last year, if Greinke had an 0-2 count, a hitter batted .063. And of course, the one deterrent for Greinke that bothers every pitcher, the foul balls. There were 8 of them in the first inning. So here is Jerko, the very talented second baseman, takes high, ball 1. Jerko has a great deal of power. It was missing last year. He went from 23 home runs 2 years ago to 10, and the simple reason, he had plantar fasciitis, bag feet. Pitch in for a strike, and the count 1-1. So Greinke trying to keep it going. 1-0 last year, 4-0 in his career against the Padres. Zach rocks and turns. 1-1 pitch on the way. Jerko, hard ground ball, gobbled up nicely by Uribe to throw him out. So that was hit hard to the gloved side. Uribe reacting immediately and made the play.
Number 5.
So 2 outs, second inning, 1-0 Padres. If you missed it, with 2 out, Matt Kemp singled, and Upton hit a line drive to left field. Crawford really never had a chance, at least from sitting up here, but that's the way he saw it. He tried to make a diving catch. It went away for a triple, and Kemp scored. So 1-0 in favor of the Padres. The first pitch to Alexi Amarista, and that's a little low, and then just dips in nicely for a strike. Amarista, birthday boy, 26 years old yesterday. Strike 1 pitch on the way, foul back. So 0-2 the count. Amarista is 5'7", 150 pounds. He's from Barcelona in Venezuela. Probably the smallest player to play here at Dodger Stadium, Albie Pearson. Albie was 5 feet 5 inches, played for the Angels. Strike 2 pitch on the way to Amarista over his head. Amarista hit .239 last year, battling Zach Greinke. 8 pitches so far in the inning. Zach ready, and his 1-2 pitch down and away. 2-2. Waiting on deck would be the pitcher, Tyson Ross. So from the little strike zone of Amarista to the big strike zone for Tyson Ross, 2-2 pitch is fouled away. Alexi at 16, all he heard from people, you're too little to play. So he kind of lost his heart in playing baseball, played a lot of amateur softball, and eventually a scout happened to see him playing softball. 2-2 pitch on the way. Alexi swings, slaps it to the hole at short, juggled and dropped by Rollins. So Amarista reaching on the error charge to Jimmy Rollins. So the Dodgers tonight giving back a little bit. He had that drive that was misplayed by Carl Crawford, maybe misjudged would be better, and this time Rollins just couldn't find the handle and will draw an error. So that means Tyson Ross coming up, and for Zach Greinke, he is certainly not lucky so far in the first 2 innings. He would love to get the number 8 hitter, end the inning, and start the next with the pitcher. Tyson Ross takes low, ball 1, 1-0. So Crawford saw that sinking line drive get by. That cost a triple and a run. Jimmy can't handle a ground ball, and if nothing else, it allows Tyson Ross to come to the plate. 1 ball and no strikes. Ross takes a strike. 1-1. Tyson grew up an Oakland A's fan. In fact, as a kid, he played just down the road from the Coliseum. In fact, his parents had a baseball card made for him when he was 4 years old, wearing an A's jersey with a big A on the cap. Ross hits one right and hard at second baseman Kendricks, and that's the inning. No runs, no hits, an error, a man left. The end of an inning and a half. 1-0 Padres. And this season we're celebrating with a Cy Young Pin Collector Series presented by 76. So pick up the first pin featuring Don Newcomb. That'll be Monday, April 13th. So visit thedodgers.com/promotions. On the 13th, the Dodgers will be here up against a very good team from the American League, Seattle. Second inning, Padres lead 1-0. Howie Kendrick, Yasmani Grandal, and then Carl Crawford. In the opener, the new Dodger double play combination actually together hit for the cycle. Rollins had a single, Kendrick had a double, Kendrick had a triple, Rollins had a home run. So we'll see what Howie does now, leading off against Tyson Ross. And the first pitch in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Kendrick has had a lot of trouble with Ross in the past. Just 1 for 10. Right-hand hitter waits. Ross comes over the top, and the ball hit in the air and deep to right. Going back for it is Kemp, and makes the catch on the track. The Kendricks are long out to right field. Nice play by Matt. One away, and the batter Yasmani Grandal. Kemp going back, looking over his left shoulder, then turned the other way and caught it on his right shoulder. One way or another, he makes the play. One away. Yasmani Grandal, batting left-handed. That's his power side. 15 home runs last year, all of them against left-hand pitching. A little chopper to the shortstop side. Nice pick by Amarista to throw him out. 2 down, and Carl Crawford coming up.
Number 3, Carl.
We had some rain, but just in case you like history book notes, there've only been 17 rainouts since the Dodgers played here at Dodger Stadium. The last time they had a game rained out was April the 17th in the year 2000. And of the 17 rainouts, 6 times it was against San Diego. So Crawford checks in. Ross delivers. Line drive. Base hit to the wet turf. And it's going to go to the wall. Crawford into second base. It's picked up by Myers. And that'll hold Carl to a double. So the 2-out double by Carl Crawford. Crawford, by the way, was 7 for 13 against Tyson Ross. So now he's 8 for 14, far better than 500. A 2-out double to the gap in right center field. And the batter now, Juan Uribe. Uribe yesterday had a rather puzzling day. He had 4 at-bats, and he only saw 6 pitches. When asked about that, Don Mattingly said, I don't worry about Juan. He knows what he's doing up there. Though he's up there now with a chance to tie up the game. Ross delivers in the dirt. Nice block by the catcher Norris. 1 ball and no strikes. Juan Uribe is 3 for 10 against Ross in the past. We mentioned earlier that certainly an Achilles heel for Tyson Ross. He allowed 31 stolen bases last year. Only A.J. Burnett allowed more in the National League, 33. The 1-0 pitch on the way, fouled off, 1-1. You know, and looking back to yesterday's game, we were talking about Uribe seeing a minimum number of pitches. Remember, Jimmy Rollins had a no-ball 2-strike count, battled at 3-2, and on the 8th pitch of his at-bat, he had the game-winning home run. Sitting alongside of Darwin Barney, eyes riveted on Tyson Ross. 1 ball and 1 strike. Ross at the belt, looks back to Crawford. Uribe takes in the dirt. Short hopped again by Norris. 2-1 to Juan Uribe. Uribe looking for his first hit. Will also pick up his first RBI. On deck, you have Jock Peterson. Dodgers will leave here after Wednesday's game. They have the weekend in Arizona. They had great success against the Diamondbacks last year. 2-1 pitch on the way. Uribe swings right through it. 2-2. Last year, the Dodgers beat Arizona 15 of 19. 7 of 9 here, 6 of 8 over there, plus 2-0, remember, in Australia. So Mattingly didn't like that swing. Talking to Tim Wallach about it. Crawford waiting for a ride home. It's 1-0 San Diego. Second inning. 2-2 pitch on the way. Uribe swings, high fly ball, but it's hooking foul. That will go out of play deep in the lower deck. But just a long, loud foul. Uribe, his biggest year, when he was with the Giants back in 2010, he had 24 home runs that year. In his time with the Dodgers, he hit 12 2 years ago. He had 9 last year. So 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out. Crawford at second base. Ross deep in thought, right foot on the rubber, leans in to get a sign. Uribe waiting. Jock Peterson on deck. And the 2-2 pitch to the Dodger third baseman is taken high and away. Ball 3. Tyson Ross last year struck out 195 and walked only 72. So he is tough. He is one of the better young pitchers, certainly in the game. Tyson straightens up, looks back at Crawford. 3-2 to Uribe, and it is taken way off the plate. Ball 4. So the Dodgers now with 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Padres. Bottom of the second inning. Young Jock Peterson coming up. Peterson did not have an at-bat against Tyson Ross. Ross can be very tough, especially if the Padres score 3 for him. His record, if the Padres score 3, 12-2. So the Dodgers No, they're up against a big, tough right-hander. His best catcher, the catcher with the great percentage of wins, was Rene Rivera, but of course he's been traded away. Here's the first pitch to Peterson, taken for a strike. Interesting with Juan Uribe, we mentioned yesterday in his 4 at-bats, he saw 6 pitches. In his first at-bat tonight, he saw 7. So Uribe at first, Crawford at second, 2 out, bottom of the second inning, 1-0 San Diego. Ross fastball swung on and missed, and Peterson now in a hole, pitch almost in the dirt. No balls and 2 strikes. So Tyson Ross trying to battle his way out of a jam. He's got the stuff to do it. Throws a sinking 2-seamer plus that hard 4-seamer at 97. He also has a cutter and a changeup and a slider. Last year he's high in strikeouts in the game. He struck out 10 Cubs. Tyson ready. Checks the runners. Strike 2 pitch to Peterson. Swung on a slicing pop fly that will be caught by Will Myers, the center fielder. So Peterson, a little fly ball for the Dodgers. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. And at the end of 2, San Diego 1 and the Dodgers nothing. Inning, Myers, Norris, and Kemp coming up in that order. By the way, sometime tonight they will salute Tommy Lasorda, and the phrase is, on this date, April the 7th, 1977, he started his first full season as Dodger manager. But this was not the day he actually started as a Dodger manager. The pitch fouled away, 0-1 the count. In the 1976 season, the last 4 games, Walter Alston gave the reins to Tommy. Walter Alston went upstairs, sat with Walter O'Malley, and Lasorda managed the first of the last 4 games in 1976. There's a story behind it as well, as Myers fouls it away. The pitcher for Tommy's first game was Rick Sutcliffe, big right-hander. He had been the Rookie of the Year, dazzling young pitcher. He was also only 19 years old. So Sutcliffe started the game, and he had the opposition shut out until the bottom of the 5th inning, and Rick was coming up to hit. Greinke checking, timeout for the moment. And Russ Sutcliffe got just about up to home plate, and everybody hollered, "They want you over at the Dodger dugout." Here's the strike 2 pitch to Myers, and it swung on and missed. And Sutcliffe turned, and Lasorda was calling him back. So Sutcliffe walked back. Remember now, raw, 19 years old. Lasorda said, "Come back, I'm hitting for you." Sutcliffe said, "You gotta be kidding me." Lasorda was shocked. He said, "Hey, Bush, sit down." And he batted for Sutcliffe. And they never did really get along very well throughout their collision together. But Rick is here tonight broadcasting with San Diego. And he was the first to say, "Hey, this isn't the first time, the anniversary of the first time he managed. It's the beginning of his first full season. I remember the first game he managed in 1976. So we have one away here in the third inning. 0-1 the count to Norris, who struck out in the first. Right-handed Greinke delivers ground ball to the left. Up with it nicely as Rollins makes the play, and they get Norris for the second out. 2 out in the third. Matt Kemp coming up. Singled in the first inning. First couple of pitches with strikes. He battled away and got the base hit. For Matt Kemp, coming back, and so far so good. He had 2 hits yesterday, a single, a double, 3 RBIs, and he had a base hit in the first inning. Justin Upton, who hit that sinker in left field that was played into a triple, he's on deck. 1-0 Padres. Greinke rocks, right-hander ready. First pitch down and away, ball 1. Dodgers load up the left side now. Kendrick all the way over to the other side of the bag. Greinke ready and comes back 1-0. Big swing and a miss. The difference so far, Greinke has made 47 pitches. Tyson Ross 24. Greinke making additional pitches on a walk. Also the error by shortstop Rollins. Next one swung on and missed. Of course, he had 2 strikes on Matt Kemp first time up. 1-2 to Matt. 2 down, top of the third. 1-0 San Diego. Losers of 8 of the last 11 played here, and they're sick and tired of it. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Greinke delivers low and away. 2-2. You know, last year, to give you an idea of how tough the Padres can be and how surprising it was that the Dodgers came from behind to beat Bud Black. Only the 3rd time all year the club came from behind. The Padres had to be shocked over the developments. Pitch to Kemp in the dirt. Last year, the Padres went 60-1 when leading going into the 7th inning. 60-1. So it was a shock indeed for them to have one get away yesterday. 3-2 the count to Matt Kemp. Upton on deck. Greinke closed stance. Now rocks ready in the 3-2 pitch. Kemp swings, fouls it away. Tomorrow night, the concluding game of the series, and it'll be a good one. Andrew Cashner and Brandon McCarthy. Cashner, like everybody else, has grown a full beard sitting next to Ian Kennedy. Here's the 3-2 pitch coming up to the bearded Matt Kemp. Ground ball wide to third. Uribe is up with it. Plenty of time to get him. And a routine inning for Zach Greinke. So 1-2-3, and at the end of 2.5 innings, it's 1-0 San Diego. Greinke, followed by Jimmy Rollins, and then Yasiel Puig. The San Francisco Giants, 3 championships of late, but they are hurting right now. Remember, last year they lost the services of Matt Cain. He had surgery to remove bone chips, and we understand that he's having elbow pains right now. Zach Greinke slings, ground ball to third, backing up for the hop is Middlebrooks, and with 1 pitch, we have 1 out. Well, the Giant problems continue. Ryan Vogelsong had to make a start in Arizona. Jake Peavy was scratched with back stiffness. In fact, Matt Cain is now on the disabled list, and Vogelsong was roughed up. And more troubles. You know, when spring training began, the Giants right fielder Hunter Pence, hit by a pitch, suffered a broken arm. Well, he had the cast removed a couple of days ago, but he doesn't figure to be able to play till the middle of May. And tonight, Brandon Belt pulled up lame while chasing a foul ball and had to leave the game. The first pitch now to Jimmy Rollins, in for a strike. Rollins struck out in the first inning, shaking his head. 0-1. Ross Reddy over the top fastball, snapped in there at the knees on the outside corner, and it hurried up there at 96. He's been clocked as high as 97. The strike 2 pitch on the way. Ross delivers and throws it low. One thing about Ross, he does not really take advantage of his height at 6'6". I mean, he does not have that long delivery. He's rather upright, doesn't really get much extension to the right arm, but boy, he can pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Here he comes, and it's fouled away by Jimmy. 1-2 the count. Bottom of the third, 1-0 Padres. A 2-out single by Matt Kemp. Sinking line drive to left by Justin Upton. Carl Crawford tried to make a catch, couldn't do it. It went for a triple, and the run scored. Greinke back in the dugout now. The 1-2 pitch swung on, fouled away upstairs to the left. Still 1-2 to Jimmy Rollins. Jimmy, 15 straight openers. And of course, yesterday a memorable one. He's had several. Of course, he was also the MVP for the Phillies in 2007. 1-2 pitch, swung on, hit in the gap in left center. That's not only going to fall, it'll roll to the wall. Picking it up is the left fielder Upton, and on his way to third is Rollins. The throw, he is out. So Jimmy Rollins with Yasiel Puig on deck, and the play ahead of him, still trying to go for 3. Let's see, Don Mattingly is pointing. So Amarista handling a throw. Good throw it was, coming from the left fielder Justin Upton. So the ball in the gap. There was nobody there, so you knew it was going to be good for 2. Myers came over to get it. Upton got over there alongside, and it was Upton who played the carom off the wall, made a line throw to Amarista, who threw to third in time to Middlebrooks, and really no argument there. Jimmy Rollins out by a couple. So Yasiel Puig now takes a strike. So Rollins a double and cut down at third. 7-6-5. Strike 1 pitch is swung on and missed. 0-2. So the Dodgers had a 2-out double by Carl Crawford in the second inning, and now Rollins doubles and is thrown out to make it 2-out in the third. Tyson Ross comes back 0-2, and the pitch high and away, ball 1. Ross throwing hard. He's hit 97. That last one was 94. So Rollins and Crawford and Kendrick, etc., trying to figure out Ross. The 1-2 pitch is low. 2-2 the count. We had mentioned at the start you could really be fooled in looking at Tyson Ross's numbers. I mean, 13-14, under 500, 0-4 against the Dodgers, 0-5 lifetime, but don't you believe it, as Puig swings and misses, strikes out, and the Dodgers frustrated in the third. Wonderful play by Amarista and Upton that paid off at third base. And at the end of 3, it's 1-0 San Diego. The 2015 Jeep Cherokee. With an EPA estimated 31 highway MPG, it's the perfect choice. Visit Jeep.com today. Fourth inning, 1-0 in favor of San Diego. 52 pitches made by Zach Greinke so far in 3 innings. Only 36 made by Tyson Ross. Justin Upton, who is hitting better than .500 against Greinke, 8 for 15. He hit that sinking line drive base hit that went for a triple when Carl Crawford tried to make a diving catch and didn't come close. So Upton is trouble, and the first pitch is a high fly ball to left field down the line, but maybe playable. Crawford on the track just inside the foul pole to make the catch for the out. So that thing almost went out. 1 out in the 4th inning. Will Middlebrooks coming up. Middlebrooks at the end of that throw by Amarista made a nice play, a nice tag. I was talking earlier about Middlebrooks. In fact, he has always worn number 16, and that was the note we had before he arrived. But he changed it. He's wearing number 11. And the pitch to Will off the plate, ball 1, 1-0. Remember Michael Wacha, the pitcher for the Cardinals? They both come from the same town, played against each other, and played against each other in the World Series. From Greenville, Texas. Middlebrooks went to Texarkana High School. His father's a coach, both baseball and football, so he's been brought up properly in the game. Swings, fouls it back. Middlebrooks with a 2-1 count. One of the problems that he had last year, he was hitting behind in the count all the time and couldn't buy a hit on the road. He hit just 168 for the Red Sox on the road. 2-1 pitch of the right-hand batter. Gets away. 2-2. Another thing that happened to Middlebrooks late in the game. The year before, he was hitting .318 against relief pitchers. Last year, he hit .125. 2-2 the count to Will Middlebrooks. Ball 3. Middlebrooks with Alonso on deck. One nothing Padres, 4th inning. 3-2. High fly ball deep. Back for it is Crawford. On the grass, now on the track, and makes the catch. The air might be a little heavy tonight following the rain. So 2 fly balls, both caught. One almost into the seats. Not a breath of air, really. But it was lovely to see a little rain. Here's Alonso, grounded out in the 2nd inning. Yonder Alonso. By this time, you probably know the story. Yonder, the name was made up by his parents when he was born in Cuba. Takes a strike, and they count 0-1. Alonso, not really a power hitter. He hit 7 for the Padres last year. That's his high. And up and in. 1 ball and 1 strike. Yonder's father was a catcher, first baseman, then became a coach for Industriales, considered the New York Yankees of Cuba. 1 ball, 1 strike. They check, no swing. Alonso's a big boy. He's 6'2", 240. Impressed indeed by his father. When they defected, both his mom and dad worked 2 jobs trying to help to get him through school in the land of liberty. The 2-1 pitch. 2-2. Yonder said, when I think of what my parents did with 2 jobs while I was growing up, I learned to realize, he said, my dad, I can remember he was cleaning offices. So from a humble beginning, here he is in the big leagues. 2-2. Got him. 4 strikeouts for Zach Greinke. That's 7 in a row since the era by Jimmy Rollins. And at the end of 3.5 innings, 1-0 San Diego. And the first 40,000 fans in attendance receive an adult replica pullover jacket presented by Bank of America. To secure your tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Bottom of the 4th inning, 1-0 Padres. It'll be Adrian Gonzalez, Howie Kendricks, Yasmani Grandal. Going back to last year and yesterday, Gonzalez has a little streak of 7 straight. 1 ball and no strikes to Adrian. And hits one inside out down the left field line. Base hit. Upton over to get it. Adrian is not going to gamble. So Gonzalez slices one to left field, and the Dodgers come up with their third hit. They've had two doubles and now the single. Pitch down and in, and Adrian hit it the other way. Upton with a good arm over to get it, and Adrian no thought of trying to stretch. So Gonzalez continues to bang away. And the batter now, Howie Kendricks, who flied to right field. Fastball at 95 in the dirt. Want to know the count. Yasmani Grandal waiting. Former Padre might have a chance to get the game even. 1-0 pitch on the way, high and tight, ball two. So Gonzalez standing at first. He has a streak of 8 straight hits against the Padres. 8 straight games. That pitch almost got Howie, so close he closed his eyes. 2-0 the count. 2-1. One to nothing San Diego. 1 run, 2 hits for the Padres. No runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. 2 doubles and a single. They also have a base on balls. 2-1. Fastball at 95 in there. 2-2. As we mentioned earlier, Tyson Ross has a lot of pitches as Grandal waits. 2-seamer, 4-seamer, cutter, changeup, slider. In the dirt. Another nice play by Norris. So Derek gets the ball back. 3-2 the count. Big pitch now. He doesn't want first and second and no one out. Gonzalez not going. Little ground ball to the hole. Nice stop by Grifko. And the throw to first is not in time. Bobbled by Amarista. However, he lost the ball while in the act of throwing, and there was no reason to dispute the call. So Gonzalez is forced. A fine play. Jerko took a base hit away. So the play goes 4-6. Amarista losing the ball while in the act of throwing. No complaint from the Dodgers. It was just a fine play made by Jed Jerko. So Jerko, a sliding stop, and he gets the force play. And the batter now, Yasmani Grandal. So Alexi Amarista made a good play as the cutoff man. Now Howie Kendrick over at first base. Could be someone used in a running situation if they think that Grandal is the type of player where you can put on a play. 14 stolen bases by Howie, 3 times in the last 4 years. 1 ball and no strikes to Yasmani Grandal. Grounded to short in the second inning. Grandal from Havana, Cuba. With the runner going on a high throw, Kendrick is in there safely at second base. So again, the Dodgers have the tying run. They had Crawford at second with 2 out in the second. Rollins doubled but was out stretching. And now Kendrick, with a stolen base, has moved on, waiting to be picked up by Grandal or Crawford. The throw by Norris offline. 2-0 the count. And ball 3. Grandal waiting on a 3-0 count. For Yasmani, this is his power side. Switch hitter. And ball 4. So the inability to turn the double play on that nice play by Jerko. Stolen base by Kendricks. Dodgers first and second, 1 out. Carl Crawford, who doubled in the second inning, coming up. Carl Crawford, who loves to swing early in the count, doubled on his first pitch. So we'll see what he does this time. Crawford is 8 for 14 against Tyson Ross. And ball 1, down and in at the left ankle. Crawford, who can certainly steal a base for you. In his heyday, he had 6 stolen bases in one game against the Rays a few years ago. 2 on, 1 out, 1-0 San Diego. No play. Last year, the Dodgers won 7 of the 10 against San Diego here. Much tougher at Petco, but the Dodgers still managed to win 5 of 9 down south. 1 ball and no strikes to Carl Crawford. Fastball hit in the air to left center field and deep. On the dead run coming over is Upton to make the catch. The runners have to hustle back. From where they stood, it looked like it might carry to the wall. So a long out. Nice play by Justin Upton.
Number 5, Juan
And with
Uribe.
2 down, Juan Uribe coming up. Dodgers left 2 men in the second inning, in danger of leaving 2 more in the fourth. Remember, Uribe's last at bat was a 7-pitch at bat, in contrast to the 4 at bats where he had only 6 pitches yesterday. 2 on, 2 out, 1-0 Padres, bottom of the 4th. Off the plate, 1 ball and no strikes. Uribe trying to get started, looking for his first hit of the young year. On the hands, fouled away. 1-1 the count to Juan Uribe. Indeed, very much a good humor man. Very much of a favorite on the ball club. Uribe from the Dominican, originally signed by the Rockies back in 1997. He'll be 36 in July. So Kendricks at second, Grandal at first, and foul back. 1-2 to Uribe. Again, handcuffing him in on the hands, 96 miles an hour. He is something. Tyson Ross, 6'6", 230 pounds. He'll be 28 near the end of the month. Young Jock Peterson waiting on deck. 1-2. Overthrew that time, trying to get a little extra at 96. So the deuces are wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, and 2 on. 1-0 Padres, bottom of the 4th. Bud Black, fine pitcher in his own days, watching Tyson Ross. 2-2. Little ground ball to third. On the bag is Middlebrooks, and that's it. So no runs, 1 hit, a walk, and 2 left. And at the end of 4, it remains Padres 1, Dodgers nothing. First time, remember? He went back with the Dodgers and the Blue Crew. Plus, we get an inside look as former Dodger Josh Beckett adjusts to retired life. Don't miss Backstage Dodgers, Thursday at 7 at Sportsnet. 1 run, 2 hits for San Diego. No runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. Howie hits into a force play but steals second, but the Dodgers leave him. So Greinke down 1-0. Jerko, Amarista, and Ross. Jerko made the big play, taking the hit away from Hendrick and making it a force play. Foul ball, 0-1 the count. Jed Jerko out of West Virginia. Oh, sure, I'm sure he got some kidding growing up with a name like Jerko, but remind you of another second baseman, Dan Uggla, and I'm sure he had a bad time. But as Ugla's father used to say, well, it just makes him tougher. And I would say Jed is certainly tough enough. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 years ago, in August, Jerko hit 8 home runs, the most in any single calendar month by a Padre in team history. He also had 6 in May. So he can hit them. 2 balls, 1 strike. In there. Zach Greinke pitching well enough. Touched up on a 2-out single by Kemp. And the line drive sinking, got away from a dive in Crawford for a triple and the run in the first inning. Foul back. Padres signed a Jerko out of West Virginia University. He was a 2nd-round pick. His first year with the Padres, 23 home runs. 63 runs batted in. Then last year, foot trouble, and apparently sound this year. Check swing, a little dribbler. Zach is on it. Zach Greinke, by the way, is a Gold Glover, so you have an extra infielder when he's out there. 1 away. Amarista reached on the error by Jimmy Rollins. Alexei 0 for 1. So a couple of All-Stars. Zach Greinke twice an All-Star. Tyson Ross named to the All-Star squad last year. Mike Matheny very high on him. 1-0 Padres, 5th inning. And ball one. Amaristi, originally signed by the Angels back in 2007. Good pitch. 1 ball and 1 strike. Greinke has now made 72 pitches. First swing Amaristi made as a pro, he doubled, drove in a couple of runs. Change missing. Greinke hasn't thrown very many changeup. 2 balls and 1 strike. Two 1 pitch. Amaristi, his father was shot to death in a home invasion robbery in Venezuela 5 years ago. Hours earlier, he had just talked to him about playing in a Venezuelan game. 3-2. Amaristi went from the Angels to the Padres. 2 years ago, he broke in with San Diego. The veteran catcher John Baker put a name on him, called him Little Ninja. They asked him why, and Baker said teams don't see Amaristi coming. He sneaks up on him like a ninja warrior. 3-2. Fouled away. Amaristi came from the Angels in the deal that sent reliever Ernesto Frieri to the Angels. Tough out, tough ball player, Alexei Amaristi. 3-2. And a drive into right center field. Coming over is Peterson to pick it off. 2 down. So now Greinke is really starting to roll out a string. That's 9 in a row retired since Amaristi reached on the error. So except for the error, Greinke's gotten everybody since Upton's base hit in the first inning. Tyson Ross hit the ball hard, lined out to Kendrick. Ball 1. Six foot 6 inches, good size strike zone. Slicing fly ball, Puig to his left. And that'll be that. 10 in a row retired by Zach Greinke, but at the end of 4.5 innings, it's still 1-0 San Diego. Jack's hottest sandwich is back. Head to Jack in the Box for Jack's Blazing Chicken Sandwich. And by Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Choose Nissan.com. 1-0 San Diego. Quite a duel, and it figured to be a tough duel. Tyson Ross, Zach Greinke. Tomorrow night could be the same. Andrew Cashner and Brandon McCarthy. Dodgers then go to Arizona, where they had a field day against the Diamondbacks. Meanwhile, McCarthy wisely alongside A.J. Ellis. Jock Peterson, Zach Greinke, and Jimmy Rollins in that order. Interesting, we will see now about the first pitch strike for Tyson Ross. In the first 3 innings, he had 9 of 11 hitters. Now he has not gotten one. In the next 6 hitters, he's ball 1 to Jock Peterson. 1 ball and no strikes. And behind now, 2-0. Greinke pretty handy with the bat, waiting on deck. Peterson flied to center in the 2nd inning. Check swing for a strike. Jock Peterson, born in Palo Alto. His father played ball under Rod Dado at SC. Jock's brother is named Tiger in memory of Rod Dado. Babe Ruth always called people Kid, K-E-E-D, Kid. That way he didn't have to worry about names. Hi, Kid. Dado called everybody Tiger. Little roller, fielded at first, and that'll do it for Peterson. So 1 out in the 5th, 1-0 in favor of San Diego, and Zach Greinke coming up. Greinke grounded to third, 0 for 1. The only run in the first inning, a 2-out single by Matt Kemp. Carl Crawford tying to make a diving catch on a line drive by Justin Upton. Couldn't do it. Went for a triple. Kemp scored, and that's the story. 1-0 Padres. 1 run, 2 hits. Dodgers no runs, 3 hits. Dodgers have left 4, retired in order only in the first inning. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And good sink on that pitch. And down goes Greinke. Ross is not striking out a lot of people. He has 4 strikeouts now. But he's getting the outs. 2 down, and Jimmy Rollins coming up. Jimmy Rollins struck out. Hit a ball in the gap for 2, but he was thinking 3, and he was cut down. Justin Upton to Alexei Amarista to the third baseman Middlebrooks. That was a textbook play and a fine throw by Upton to hit the cutoff man, and a perfect throw by Amarista. Ball 1. Jimmy, with his home run, has now hit safely in 11 straight openers. 2-0 the count. Waiting on deck, Yasiel Puig. 2 balls, no strikes. Ground ball, but right to Jerko. So down go the Dodgers, and at the end of 5, it remains 1-0 San Diego. From the hotel to Crosley Field in Cincinnati. Walter Alston said to right-hander Bill Singer, "I'm going to ask Drysdale to pitch 6. Can you give me 3 innings?" Singer said, "Sure." Well, he did. He gave him 3 shutout innings and picked up the first save ever recorded. That's a tough save, 3 innings. Easier to pick up saves now, but in '69, that was number 1. By the way, Johnny Bench flied to center field for the last out. The ball was caught by Wes Parker. Let's go back to this one. Leadoff man Will Myers starting off. One other note about that memorable April the 7th, 1969. We told you Wes Parker, who of course was a brilliant first baseman, caught Johnny Bench's fly ball in center field. The right fielder for the Dodgers that day, making his major league debut, turned out to be the shortstop of the future by the name of Bill Russell. Backhanded by Uribe, throws him out easily. So Myers goes 0 for 3, and we have 1 out, 6th inning.
Number 3, Derek Norris.
Derek Norris coming up, struck out, grounded out. Greinke is really on a roll now. If you just counted the error, he would have retired 15 in a row. Slow curveball. Haven't seen that much. Ball 1. Greinke has now made 82 pitches. When the Dodgers bat in the 6th, Puig, Gonzalez, and Kendrick. Fastball on the heels of that slow curve. 1-1 to Derek Norris. Last we checked, Tim Fedorovich, the former Dodger catcher, was on the DL. 1-1. 1-2. Last year, playing for the A's, Norris was a very productive hitter. Number 2 in RBIs, number 2 on the club in hits with men in scoring position. High fly ball, a trio of Dodgers Peterson, the middleman, is calling and picks it off. Two out, sixth inning.
Number 27, Matt Kemp.
So 12 in a row since the era. And here comes Matt Kemp. Matt singled, scored a run, grounded out. Dodgers put the shift on. All depends on where Kendrick is. Now he's on the other side of the bag this time. Yesterday with this shift, Kemp hit that ground ball, just rolled into right field because Kendrick wasn't there. 1-1. Check swing. They look. No swing. Waiting on deck, Justin Upton, who's really giving Greinke a bad time. Two balls and two strikes to Matt Kemp. For Greinke to get Kemp out would be a big out, not having to look at Upton. Upton came into the game against Greinke hitting .500. He probably tripled in the first inning and almost hit a home run. Long fly ball right down the left field line last time up. So 2-2 to Matt Kemp. Just missed. 3-2 the count. Mattingly can't really argue, but he gives the idea, boy, that was close. 3-2 to Matt. And off the plate, ball 4. So that breaks the string. After retiring 12 in a row, would have been a lot more, except for that error by Rollins. So here is Upton with a chance to hurt against certainly one of his favorite pitchers, Zach Greinke. Justin and his brother BJ, the highest drafted brothers in baseball history. Justin a first-round pick, BJ a second round. Last year, playing for the Braves, the brothers became the first siblings to each hit a home run and each record an outfield assist in the same game. Paco Rodriguez gets up now and begins to loosen up in the Dodger bullpen. One ball and no strikes. Upton, a terrific player, is only 27 as Paco gets ready. One ball and no strikes. Upton has hit over 100 home runs now. And there goes the runner, Kemp. The throw down is safe. So Matt Kemp steals second. And Upton now trying to pick him up. That's a big play, especially with Upton at the plate. One ball, one strike to count. It was close. Throw by Yasmani on a bounce short hop, but the tag was obviously late. Matt's in there with the left hand long before Howie pins him. And even when his hand came off, he kept his foot on the bag. 1 ball and 1 strike to count. Matt Kemp, by the way, last year for the Dodgers stole 8. He stole as many as 35 as a Dodger. A towering pop fly. Juan Uribe is there, and that'll be that. So Upton, a tough out, but pops up. They leave Kemp, and at the end of 5 1/2, it's still 1-0 San Diego. Andrew Cashner, another hard thrower, 5 and 7 last year against Brandon McCarthy, making his major league debut as a Dodger with a record of 10 and 15 last year. Matt Kemp has a single and scored a run. But what he's also done is really contribute to the fatigue of Zach Greinke. Kemp, all by himself in his 3 at-bats, has seen 19 pitches. 19 of the 94 that Greinke has served up. So here is Puig struggling, and ball 1. Last year in April, Yasiel had 3 home runs, 13 RBIs, hit .284. Then he struggled in June and July and August, perked up a bit in September. A drive into left center. There's nobody there. That's going to be finally reached by Upton. On his way to second is Puig with a double. So the Dodgers come up with their 3rd double, but they're still looking for a run. You know, when you think about it, in watching Puig, he hit .296 last year. Last year, there were only 7 National League hitters who batted .300. The .300 hitter just about disappearing. Upton makes a strong throw, but not in time to get Puig. So here's Gonzalez trying to pick him up. Then Howie Kendrick and Yasmani Grandal. Still 1-0. Favor of San Diego. Gonzalez struck out, single to left. Sinking fastball on the corner. That's that 2-seamer. Adrian, as we mentioned a couple of times in the spring, he came up last year 186 times with a runner in scoring position. And he slices one foul down the left field line out of play. Adrian was also very busy. Every time he came up, it seemed like there was someone on base. He had 290 at-bats last year. with at least one man on base. 0-2, so finally Tyson Ross gets ahead of a hitter. He had been falling behind 1-0 to 8 of the last 9 batters. One and two. Boy, that was close at 94. One ball and 2 strikes. Ross has only made 72 pitches. Adrian holds up. They look, no swing. So Uribe at second, nobody out. 1-0 Padres, bottom of the 6th. Despite the rain and the little delay of 40-some-odd minutes, it figured this was going to be a tough ball game, and it certainly is. Tyson Ross and Zach Greinke. Pedro Baez now gets up in the Dodger bullpen. And way high. So Pedro loosening up. So they have a long way to go to get the Greinke spot. Paco Rodriguez threw briefly behind Zach. Bud Black telling Darren Balsley to get on the phone. This will be the 75th pitch for Tyson Ross. And there's a high drive into deep right center. Back goes Myers, away back, bouncing against the wall. Puig will score on a double by Gonzalez, and we're all even at 1. So the Dodgers come up with yet another double. They've had 4 doubles in the game. That's a lot of extra base hits to have just 1 run. But leave it to Gonzalez to hammer the ball to right center. A 1-hopper against the wall. And by the time Will Myers got it in, Puig was home. Gonzalez at second in a 1-1 tie. So now the batter is Howie Kendrick. Flied to right, hit into a force play. It's a comebacker up the middle, over second, into center field. Picked up by Myers, but no play on Gonzalez. And the Dodgers lead 2-1. Boy, that ball had eyes to get through into center field. And Adrian scores. We'll see now Darren Balsley, Bud Black have already put their heads together, and there'll be a meeting at the mound. Watch this thing. Right between his legs, right under the diving second shortstop. Amarista couldn't get it, and by the time Will Myers picked it up, Adrian's on his way home. So Darren Balsley, the pitching coach, back to the dugout. 2-1 Dodgers in the 6th. Yasmani Grandal coming up. The pitcher spot is due a 5th when the Padres hit in the 7th, and for Zach Greinke, he has a lead now. Two runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 2 hits for San Diego. Dale Thayer, who'd been sick with the flu, gets up down in the bullpen. We didn't see him yesterday. He was really under the weather, but there he is. And ball 1. Grandal grounded to short and walked. So Bud Black saw a 1-0 lead disappear here. 2 runs for the Dodgers. The lead 2-1. Yasmani, all power, left-handed. in the dirt. 2-0. Padres got a run in the first. Dodgers kept nibbling but couldn't do anything about it. And now 2 doubles and a single. They score 2 to take the lead. Tyson really breezing. He has not had to work hard in any inning, but now gives up 2. Kendrick at first, nobody out. Oh, almost. Had that been a throw more towards the bag, they might have gotten him. Now that's close. There goes the runner. A chopper to the right side. Jerko's only plays to first. The Grandal grounds out, but Kendrick moves into second base.
Number 3, Carl Crawford.
So Carl Crawford coming up. He doubled, flied to left, 1 for 2. Trying to pick up Kendrick. Middlebrooks, Alonso, and Jerko are due up in the 7th inning. Frank Garces, the left-hander, gets up to join Dale Thayer in the San Diego bullpen. We saw Garces briefly. Only 4 pitches. Whoops, there goes the runner to third, and he is out. So Howie Kendrick trying to steal third and is caught. Jimmy Rollins stretched a double and was caught to third. And this time Kendrick out cleanly. Nice tag by Middlebrook. The old story, trying to steal third is fine if you succeed. That's a strike, 0-2. Howie thought he saw something, an opening in Tyson Ross' delivery, but he paid the price. Strong, accurate throw by Derek Norris. 1 ball and 2 strikes to count. Crawford doubled, flied to left. Ross now with 82 pitches. Two and 2. So a lot of deuces here. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 runs scored, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. And just missed. Will Middlebrooks will start it off for the Padres in the 7th inning. Foul back. You know, on this day, April the 7th, we talked about 1969, the first save. We also talked about Tommy Lasorda beginning a full season on this date. Jack Morris of the Tigers pitched a no-hitter on this date, 1984, against the White Sox. Beat them 4-0. He was wearing the date on his back. You say, what? Yep, April 7. That would be 47. And Jack Morris' number altogether was 47. All right, 3-2 to Carl Crawford. Rollins, Kendrick, newcomers who are right at home now. And there's ball 4.
Number 5, third baseman, Juan Uribe.
That would be the 3rd walk given up by Tyson Ross. He walked Uribe, walked Grandal. Now he walks Crawford. And here is Uribe, walked and hit into a force play. Dodgers lead 2-1, 6th inning. And there goes Crawford. Only to have the pitch fouled away. Crawford, we mentioned earlier in his career, once stole 6 bases in one game. When his legs are sound, he's quite a player. 0-1 to count to Juan Uribe. Crawford's high in stolen bases, 60, way back in 1989. 2009. 1-1 the count to Uribe. Dodgers have had 2 men out on the base paths. Rollins trying to stretch to third. Kendrick trying to steal third. Yesterday, remember, we saw Jock Peterson steal third. There goes Crawford, and a high fly ball to right center. It's playable. Myers is there. That'll be that. So Yasiel Puig comes up with a double into the gap in left center. Adrian Gonzalez follows with a double into deep right center. And the Dodgers put it together with a base hit by Kendrick, score 2, and lead 2-1. .94 pitches in 6 innings. So they get to the bullpen, and they will bring in Pedro Baez. Baez pitched briefly against the Angels. He's a very talented kid, made the opening day roster, one of 4 rookies on the club. Last year he was brilliant. He held the opposition to a 188 batting average, and he struck out 18 while walking 5. However, the bubble burst against the Cardinals. You may remember he was called in a tough spot. 2 on, and Matt Holliday at the plate, and Holliday hit it out. So we'll see about Baez now. He'll be facing Middlebrooks, Alonso, and Jerko. Ross struggled in that 6th inning, made 23 pitches, so he's up to 90 now. And Greinke is done after 94. So the boy from Bonnie, Pedro Baez, a strike. He throws hard. Middlebrooks struck out, fly to left. No balls, 1 strike. And to the backstop, 1 ball and 1 strike. Baez signed with the Dodgers just before his 19th birthday. Originally, he was a third baseman. He had that great arm. Didn't do much at the plate. though they put him on the mound. Fouled away, 1-2. First two batters that Baez faced as he looks at Middlebrooks, but the first two batters when he broke in against the Washington Nationals in May, he gave up a single followed by a home run and then retired the next three in a row. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Just high. 2-2. After that game against the Nationals, he went back to the minor leagues. Then he was called back up in August, went to the pen and rode the rest of the year. Throws a slider as well as that good fastball. 2-2. Fastball, boom, 96. So 1 away. Greinke, while he was in there, struck out 4.
Number 23.
Strikeout number 1 for Baez. And Yonder Alonso grounded out, struck out, 0 for 2. Dodgers lead 2-1, 1 out, 7th inning. Tough game. Figured to be Zach Greinke going up against Tyson Ross. Now it's Baez picking up for Greinke. 0-1. Yesterday the Dodgers went into the bullpen. First it was Yimi Garcia in relief for Kershaw, followed by Joel Peralta. And then finally, Hatcher came in and closed it up. So there's Paco getting ready in case they need him. And a little fly ball. That can be trouble. Here comes Crawford to play it on a bounce. So Alonso pop fly single, and with 1 out, Padres have the tying run aboard. That is their 3rd hit. Jerko has hit 2 ground balls, grounded to third, hit back to the box. Jerko hitting about 220 as he checks in. Line drive down the line, foul. A one hopper that was ripped. So back to first base goes Alonso. That last pitch, 96 miles an hour, and yet Jerko hit it like it was tossed up there underhanded. They're amazing. The eye-hand coordination of major leaguers, incredible. No balls and 1 strike. Outfield shaded a tad towards left. Peterson slight left center. Puig over quite a bit in right field. 1 ball and 1 strike to Jed Jerko. 2 years ago, Jerko finished the year with a .992 fielding percentage, the best performance by a rookie second baseman in Major League history. 1 ball, 1 strike. And ball 2. Baez a little tentative after that 96-mile-an-hour pitch was ripped but foul. Waiting on deck, Alexei Amarista. 2 balls, 1 strike. Little roller and foul ball. They had to wait for the call by Mike Demura, the first base umpire. Hal Gibson, the second base umpire, has become a permanent major league umpire, though he made his debut as a permanent umpire at third base yesterday. And the first thing he did before yesterday's game, buy a ticket. Not that he had to, but he wanted to have a memento, and he has the ticket to give to his grandfather. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Jed Jerko. Fouled at the plate. The senior umpire of the crew, Brian Gorman, on the foul line back at third base. His father, Tom Gorman, umpired for so many years, and when Tom passed away, Brian had his dad dressed up in an umpire's uniform for the funeral and put a count keeper in his hand. And on that, the count was 3-2. Brian's been umpiring in the big leagues 23 years. High slicing foul down the line, out of play. Foul by plenty. So it's a battle here. Baez and Jerko. Dodgers trying to hold on to a 2-1 lead. 1 away. Mattingly sending a message out to Yasmani Grandal. 2-2. Sliced foul away. Boy, he's throwing hard. 96, now 97 on that last pitch. 96, he killed it, but foul. 97, he fouled it off to the right. So Baez working hard. Has already made 14 pitches. This will be his 9th pitch to Jerko with Amarista on deck. And Jerko has already hit 5 foul balls. 2-2. Down in the pen, Dodgers are busy. Jimmy Garcia, the right-hander. Paco Rodriguez, the left-hander. Two and two. And got him. 97 on the outside corner at the knees. So Baez now has struck out 2. Take a look at that. Fastball got the edge. Yasmani has a reputation of framing pitches. That's a euphemism for fooling umpires by catching pitches that might be a hair outside of the strike zone and making it look like a strike. For Pedro Baez, he faced 3 batters, struck out 2, gave up a single. Amarista will be coming up, and Paco Rodriguez will be coming in. We'll be back. They face the Mariners at 7:10. The first 40,000 fans in attendance receive an adult Jackie Robinson replica jersey, presented by Bank of America. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. Well, with Alexei Amarista, a left-handed batter, the Dodgers bring in Paco Rodriguez, so Bud Black counters with the right hand hitting Clint Barmes. Barmes started the game at shortstop, struck out twice and doubled, and yesterday Amarista batted for Barmes. So tonight, Barmes bats for Amarista. Clint Barmes spent a while in Colorado. He was originally drafted by the Rockies. And Paco trying to get him for the last out. And ball one. Barmes out of Vincennes, Indiana, went to Indiana State. Alonso representing the tying run over there at first base. And slapped into right field, base hit. Down to second goes Alonso. He's not going to run on Puig. So Barmes off the bench, spoiling the strategy as he singles to right. Now they'll go to the bench again. Yohannes Solarte coming up. Rick Honeycutt down in the pen, I'm sure. Is Jimmy Garcia ready? Gets a yes. Here comes Mattingly, and that's going to do it for Paco, I believe. Justin Turner is coming up the steps in the dugout, and he's going to take over for Juan Uribe in a 2-for-1. So that means Turner will be batting maybe in Uribe's spot. That's where they'll put the pitcher, and Turner will bat ninth and come up in the seventh. 2-1 Dodgers. We'll be back. Second appearance. He was in the seventh inning yesterday, struck out 2 and made 15 pitches, though he's right back in the game tonight. Instead of Tyson Ross, it will be Solarte. Yohannes Solarte came to the Padres in the deal that sent Chase Headley to the Yankees. His uncle, you may remember, a former big leaguer by the name of Roger Cedeno. He got a bit of help in spring training from Carlos Beltran. And we'll see what happens to him now as the left-hand batter will go up against Yimi Garcia. Yimi is from Moca in the Dominican Republic. 6'1", 175. Fastball, slider, and changeup. And that's a strike. 0-1. Solarte from Valencia, Venezuela. He'll be 28 in July. Oh and 1. 1 ball and 1 strike. Solarte originally signed as a free agent by the Twins. Spent 9 years in the minor leagues. 1 ball and 1 strike. Little flare. Out goes Rollins and can't make the play, and then falls down. Tying run scores. Over to third base goes Barmes, and we have a 2-2 tie. Jimmy Rollins trying to get under. Not only couldn't do it, but down he went. So it's a pop fly single for Solarte. Alonso scores. We have a tied up game. And with 2 out. And now they're going to give Jimmy Rollins an error. That would be his second error, so it's not a base hit. Feeling upstairs that Jimmy should have caught it. So Rollins shows you the life of the ball player. Yesterday, 3-run home run, a hero. Tonight, 2 errors. So we have a 2-2 tie. Dodgers 2 runs, 6 hits, and 2 errors. Padres 2 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. 2 hits and an error, and a single and an error after the second out. Barmes singled against Rodriguez, and the error on the ball hit by Solarte. And ball 2. Will Myers has flied to right, struck out, grounded out. Runners at the corners, Barmes at third, Solarte at first. Dodgers started the 7th inning, and of course that's going to be the key, just as it was last year, relying on the strength of the bullpen. Two and one. In the 7th inning, Middlebrook struck out, but Alonso singled. Then Baez also struck out Jerko, and then they went to the bullpen. Paco to face Amarista, who was batted for by Barmes, who singled. And then Solarte batting against Garcia, and the error by Jimmy Rollins. 2 down when the Dodgers come up in the bottom half of the 7th. They'll have Peterson, Turner, and Rollins. 2 balls, 1 strike. Sliced foul out of play. So another tough ball game. Remember, yesterday it was 3-2, then 3-3, and then Rollins hit the 3-run home run. But that was a very tough 6-3 outcome. And they're right back at it again. 2-2 tie. And deuces wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2 on, and a 2-2 score. And popped in the air foul. Grandal might have a play. He does, and makes the catch. So Myers fouls out, but not before the Padres get the tying run, leaving 2, and at the end of 6.5, a 2-2 tie. Bottom of the 7th inning, another tough one, a push against shove kind of a game in a 2-2 tie. It will be Jock Peterson, Justin Turner, and Jimmy Rollins against the veteran right-hander Dale Thayer. Dale, born in Fountain Valley, lives in Huntington Beach. Went to school at Cal State Chico and drafted by the Padres back in 2003. He also went to Edison High School. And if we understand the report on him, he was not able to play yesterday, bothered by the flu. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Joel Peralta loosens up. 0-1. 1-1. Peterson flied to center, grounded to first, 0 for 2. Dale Thayer was drafted by the Cubs, returned to school, and signed with the Padres after a tryout camp. He was not drafted. Dale an even 6, 185. He'll be 35 in December. 2-2. Two balls and 2 strikes. So Peterson goes down. Jocko had such a great spring training, which, as you know, doesn't mean anything.
Justin Turner.
So he goes 0 for 3. Thayer takes care of him. And now Justin Turner coming up. I'm absolutely amazed about the beards. I can remember when the #1 sponsor for the World Series was Gillette. I mean, they sold a lot of blades and shaving cream. That's a fly ball to right field and deep, but Kemp is there. So quickly 2 out in the 7th inning. And the batter will be Jimmy Rollins. Yeah, look at him. I mean, it's amazing.
Number 11, Jimmy Rollins.
Well, here's Jimmy. He settles for a kind of a Fu Manchu mustache. Struck out, doubled, but was nailed trying to go to third. And then grounded out last time up. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Padres. We're in the bottom of the 7th. Right. And that's in there. So 0-2 the count to Jimmy. And little ground ball to the right side to Jerko. So the Dodgers go very quietly against Dale Thayer. And at the end of 7, a 2-2 tie. coming up for the Dodgers. For instance, tomorrow night, Andrew Kashner and Brandon McCarthy. Thursday is an open day. Dodgers go over and play Arizona Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Last year, they won 15 of 19 against Arizona. So we'll see if their luck holds up that well again this year. Then following the Diamondbacks, the Dodgers come home and play Seattle and Colorado. And we go to the 8th inning. Yumpin' Yimmy Garcia out there, the 4th Dodger pitcher. Greinke, Baez, Paco Rodriguez, and Yimmy. Derek Norris, the catcher, then Matt Kemp and Justin Upton. Pretty good fastball for a strike. 0-1. So Norris, the fleet-footed catcher, and that sounds hard to say, but it's true. He has struck out, grounded out, flied to center. Oh and 1. 0-2. Joaquin Benoit begins to loosen up now in the Padre bullpen. And remember, the best closer around is now in the Padre bullpen, and that's Craig Kimbrell. They just got him the other day, and he's here in uniform and certainly ready to pitch. 0-2 to Norris. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Paid attendance tonight, 40,000. 40,356. And big slider, but he missed with it. 2-2. So the Dodgers, Greinke, Baez, Rodriguez, Garcia. Padres with Ross and Thayer, with Benoit warming up. 2-2. Slider fouled away. Since he can throw hard enough, Garcia has hit 95 on the gun. It's funny, his changeup is thrown a little harder than his slider. 2-2. Do you see Norris keep his foot in the box? Foul back. 2-2 to Derek. Matt Kemp and Justin Upton. Couple of mountains for Garcia to climb, and big mountains they are here in the 8th inning. Padres scored a run in the 1st, and in the 7th, Dodgers scored their 2 in the 6th, and another foul ball. Andrew Kashner, Brandon McCarthy tomorrow night. McCarthy draped over the railing. No beard, no facial hair. How in the world? Yeah, there they are. 2-2. Fastball whacked into left field. So Norris, line drive single. He goes 1 for 4. And remember, he runs well. And now for Garcia, a troubling inning. In a 2-2 tie, he has to get over Kemp and Upton and Middlebrooks. Kemp singled to center, grounded to short, walked, and stole a base. He scored on the triple by Upton in the first inning. So Norris kept fouling off those sliders, 4 of them, had an 8-pitch at bat, and hit the fastball into left field for a clean single. So let's see about Kemp. Ball 1. That's his changeup. Norris at first. Slider. Slow too, but it had a little cut to it. Definitely an off-speed breaking ball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Just moved a little. See where Grandal is sitting off the plate. 1-2 the count. Anyone, any fan who follows the game at all, when you talk about Matt Kemp as a hitter, I don't care who the fan is, he'll say the same thing. Oh, sliders down and away. They make it sound so simple. 1-2 to Matt. And slider. Garcia's play is to first. So all those fans were absolutely right as Kemp hits the slider back to the box. However, on the play, Norris advances to second, and now Justin Upton. Upton 1 for 3 against Greinke. Hit a sinking line drive in the first inning. Crawford tried to make the catch, couldn't do it. It went for a triple. 4th inning, he put Crawford on the track, maybe 5 feet from the left field box seats. They're not going to monkey with him. They'll put Justin aboard. It was August the 3rd, 2012, when the Upton brothers hit each their 100th career home run. One hit it in Philadelphia. The other hit it in Tampa. Justin, the younger, hit for the Diamondbacks. And BJ, now Melvin, Tampa Bay Rays against the Orioles. So they're walking. Upton put runners at first and second, 1 out. Will Middlebrooks has struck out twice, flied to left. So Garcia in a little trouble, and Rick Honeycutt going out to talk to him. Down in the bullpen, J.P. Howell. So Honeycutt very calmly trying to make young Garcia feel the same way. The Dodger bullpen pretty much tell the story last year. And remember, they did win 94. All right, Yimmy going to work. And Will Middlebrooks 0 for 3. 2 strikeouts. Checking in. Fastball. 1 ball and no strikes. On deck, a left-hand batter, and if they get to him, Alonso, J.P. Howell is getting ready to face him. Dodgers with 2 left-handers in the pen, and they've already used Rodriguez. 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball handcuffed him. 91 in on the hands. 1-1. Will Middlebrooks. Middlebrooks a wonderful athlete. He got a lot of college scholarship offers, not to be a baseball player, but to be a quarterback and a punter. And he finally committed to Texas A&M. 1-1. Fastball. Middlebrooks, they say, could have had quite a career in the NFL as a punter, but he's been up in the big leagues since 2012. 1-2 the count. 2 on, 1 out. A 2-2 tie. We're in the 8th. And a high fly ball to right center, but Puig has it on the screen. Tagging up is Norris, and he is going to come over. And runners at first and third. Boy, Upton went halfway at least towards second base. Puig got the ball back in. So 2 down, and now let's see. You have Howell in the pen and Alonso at the plate. Mattingly talking to Rick Honeycutt. Heading for the mound. Let's see if Bud Black wanted a counter. He has Corey Spangenberg, but he's a left-hander. He has Will Venable, he's a left-hander. He does have Will Nieves, a right-hander. Alonso is going back to the dugout, and we'll be back after this. Batter, and the left-handed batter is Yonder Alonso, who has grounded out, struck out, and then singled a left in the 7th inning against Pedro Baez. Yimi Garcia, while he was in there, made 20 pitches. Baez made 15. Rodriguez only made 2. And now here's J.P. Howell. So Alonso 1 for 3. First and third, 2 out. And ball 1. Alonso checking with Glenn Hoffman, coaching at third. Jose Valentin coaching at first. And ball 2. On deck, the right hand hitting Jed Jerko. No one else throwing in the Dodger bullpen, so it's up to Howell. JP, originally a first-round pick by the Royals, came to the Dodgers in 2013. And a strike. 2-1. JP went to USC for a year, then transferred to Texas and led Texas to the College World Series finals. And a base hit into left field. So the tiebreaker scores, and the Dodgers strategy doesn't work, as J.P. Howell surrenders the base hit to the left-hand hitting Alonso, who goes 2 for 4 and comes up with a big run batted in. The run is charged to Garcia. He just went the other way and slapped it into left field. So 3 runs, 6 hits for the Padres, 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers, and as Yogi might say, it's deja vu all over again. Remember, it was 3-2 yesterday. Dodgers tied it, then went on to win. So here is Jerko, grounded to third, hit back to the box, struck out, 0 for 3. 2 on, Upton at second, Alonso at first, and a strike. Last year, there was quite a while where we talked about how rare it was for J.P. Howell to give up a hit to a left-hand batter. At one time, left-handers hit 135 against him. Not now. He gives up a clutch hit to Alonso and a 1-ball, 1-strike count to Jerko, with Barmes, the shortstop, on deck. Upton runs very well. Alonso at first. One ball and 2 strikes. So Greinke went 6, made 94 pitches, allowed 1 run, might very well have not allowed any. The diving catch by Crawford on a ball the chances were he wouldn't catch. And then it was Baez, then it was Rodriguez, then Garcia, whom you're looking at, and now Howell. JP saying no and no, and Grandal said, okay, I'll shuffle the cards again. Two on, 2 out, 1-2 the count to Jed Jerko. In the dirt, gets away from Grandal, and the runners move up. So more woes for the Dodgers. It'll be a wild pitch. Take another look, bounces it. It hits the heel of the mitt, and Grandal has to go after it. So second and third. First base open. 2 balls and 2 strikes with 2 out. And high pop fly, Kendrick. And that'll be that. But not before the Padres get a run to take the lead. Adrian Gonzalez will be hitting behind Puig when we come up in the bottom of the 8th. And we'll be back 3-2 San Diego. Sports Service lets you watch every out-of-market game live or on demand in true HD on over 400 mobile and connected devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking, widget, and more. So visit MLB.tv for details. 3 runs, 6 hits for San Diego, 2 runs, 6 hits for the Dodgers. Joaquin Benoit out of Santiago in the Dominican Republic, 6'3", 220, and a pro who was signed originally by the Rangers back in 1996. A few years ago in 2010, Benoit won the Tony Conigliaro Award, honoring his comeback from rotator cuff surgery to become basically one of baseball's best setup men. A 12-person panel votes on the award to recognize the player who overcomes adversity, and he won the award. So Benoit working to Puig, Gonzalez, and Kendrick. Puig grounded to short, struck out, and doubled. Adrian Gonzalez on deck. And fouled away. Benoit, and looking at the Dodgers against him, Puig has never faced him. Gonzalez is just 0 for 2. Kendrick is just 1 for 7. Benoit with 11 saves, and Kendrick studying him from the dugout. 1 ball and 1 strike. Benoit saved 11 games for the Padres last year. His earned run average last year, a rather breathtaking 1.4. One and one. One and two. Puig got a little bit on the foot. Timeout. Benoit is a mountain man. While Puig agonizes over the sore foot, we can take another look. And it got him on that front foot. Maybe up more towards the ankle. 1-2 the count to Yasiel Puig. Talking about Benoit, he has a place up in the mountains and he loves it when it's raining. He likes to get away where it's very quiet. Sits up there in the mountain looking down at Santiago in the Dominican and all the lights. He used to live in the center of the town, but no more. Peace and quiet. 2-2. So Benoit, who is certainly not an old man, but he certainly has the experience, originally starting in 1997. Waiting and watching Jimmy Rollins. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So Puig having a tough time, strikes out. 1 away here in the 8th inning. And the batter will be Adrian Gonzalez. Adrian Gonzalez struck out, singled, and doubled. Scored a run, knocked in one. Howie Kendrick on deck. Right side loaded up as usual when the bases are empty. And a high fly ball into deep right center. Back goes Tampa, way back. She's gone. Tied up 3-3. Talk about coming back to haunt your old club. Adrian Gonzalez had a single, double, and home run yesterday. He has a single, a double, and a home run tonight. And we have a 3-3 tie. Adrian continues to put on a clinic every time he comes to the plate. So the batter is Howie Kendrick. 3-3 in the 8th inning. Ball 1. When the Padres come up in the 9th inning, they are due to have Barmes, then Benoit Spot, and Myers. Dodgers, meanwhile, closed yesterday with Chris Hatcher, and they've got Hatch up again in the Dodger bullpen. 2-0. Take another look. Fastball out over the plate. Adrian knew he got it. Roll those hands, top hand really holding on, and well back into the right field pavilion, much to the frustration of Matt Kemp. 2 balls and no strikes to Howie Kendrick. In there. Howie's base hit in the 6th inning scored Gonzalez from second base. Two and two. Looked like a great changeup. Kendrick trying to think things over after that great changeup. 2 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, bases empty. 3-3 tie here in the 8th. Fastball lined right at Jerko for the 2nd out. Take a couple of looks at Adrian. Left leg lifts, and then he connects. So that's the road she took. We have a 3-3 tie. And the batter now, Yasmani Grandal against Benoit. Adrian, the quiet leader of the pack. Ball 1. Benoit has always been tough. He had 24 saves and an earned run average for Detroit in 2013. We told you last year his ERA was 1.4 as he saved 11. So the Dodgers entering this inning were hitting 167 against him without a home run. And then along came Adrian. 2 balls and no strikes. And ball 3. On deck, Carl Crawford. 3-0 to Yasmani Grandal. 3-3, bottom of the 8th inning. And way inside, ball 4. If you watch the catcher, looks where the glove is with Gonzalez, and look at the pitch right out over the middle of the plate, and the result, a home run. That's what happens in the big leagues. You miss where you're intended, and he is steaming. Adrian, thank you very much. Take anything I can get. Carl Crawford double flied to left and walked. Grandal at first, no lead. 0-1. Andre Ethier is out on deck. He would bat for Howell. Remember, the pitcher is in your rebase spot. However, it's up to Crawford to extend the inning. Chris Hatcher getting plenty of time to get ready. 0-1. 0-2. Crawford doubled, flied to left, and walked. His double came with 2 out in the second inning. Uribe then walked, and Peterson flied to center. No balls and 2 strikes. Crawford off to a good start, hitting .400. Not much to really think about, however, only in his second game. 0-2. And nice save by Norris on a pitch in the dirt. Derek Norris handling the pitchers both games. One ball and 2 strikes. Ground ball hard. Jerko is there. They get the force play, and the Dodgers settle for the home run by Adrian Gonzalez. But what a home run it was to shake up the ball club and get them even 3-3. And we're heading to the 9th, all tied up. Has tied up the game with his second home run. Andre Ethier is now in the game. Ethier will bat left field. The Dodgers also bring in the closer, perhaps, they hope, Chris Hatcher, who is just trying to stay even here in the top of the 9th inning. He'll be pitching to Clint Barmas, and then Corey Spangenberg, a left-hand batter, and then Will Myers. And down in the bullpen for San Diego, that great reliever, the closer, Craig Kimbrell, and the left-hander Frank Garces as well. But Kimbrell is the ace. Remarkable pitcher. So here is Barmas, batted for Amariste in the 7th inning, and single to right field. He batted against Paco Rodriguez. So here's Hatcher trying to hold. And ball one. Chris Hatcher, 6'2", 205-pounder out of Kinston, North Carolina. He was acquired in the, we'll call it the D. Gordon trade. Fouled away. Hatcher, 30 years old, originally signed by the Marlins out of the University of North Carolina. But actually, he was a catcher, made his debut in the big leagues as a catcher, and 1 year came back and made his major league debut as a pitcher. The last guy to do that was Art Dahl of the Boston Braves back in 1935 and 36. Incredible to be able to do that. Fastball, one hopper by into left center. Peterson up with it. So Barmes came off the bench and single, stays in the game and single, and he's 2 for 2. So Hatcher gives up a hit. Corey Spangenberg coming up.
Pitch hitting for the Padres, number 15, Corey Spangenberg.
So for the Dodgers, the relievers, Baez gave up a hit. Rodriguez gave up a hit and was charged for a run. Garcia gave up a hit, charged for a run. Howell gave up a hit that scored a run. And now Hatcher gives up a hit. The bunt, fair ball. Grandal could not pick it up and throws and hits the runner. And around to third goes Barmes. Yasmani Grandal tried to pick the bunt up. Couldn't do it. Reached back and got it and then hit the runner, Spangenberg.
Will Myers.
Going to second base is Spangenberg. I believe time is out. We'll have to see. It'll be a sacrifice for Spangenberg. They're going to send Spangenberg back to first. Mark Carlson explaining to Bud Black that I called after the throw hit the runner, and he called time, and Black just said, why? Why'd you call it? All right, sacrifice and E2. So the Dodgers have committed 3 errors tonight, and Grandal picks up 1. Jimmy Rollins has 2. The throw hitting Spangenberg, and by the time Kendrick picked it up, there were runners at first and third. Nobody out in the ninth. Dodgers committing 3 errors, and Will Myers, Derek Norris, and Matt Kemp. Myers has flied to right, struck out, grounded to third, and fouled out. If Grandal picks up the bunt and he just ran by it, there'd be a runner at second and 1 out. Instead, his error puts runners at first and third and nobody out. Left side is up. Big bouncer to the hole by the diving Kendrick. So Barmes will score on the throw to third. In there safely is Spangenberg. It is 4-3 San Diego. And Myers gets a base hit. And so the Dodger bullpen tonight has struggled. Shades of last year. So Myers base hit, RBI.
Derek Norris.
Hatcher has now given up 2 hits. Still nobody out. And the batter, Derek Norris. So Barmes brings the run in. Spangenberg is now at third. Myers at first. Craig Kimbrell is getting up now to protect a run, and he is something. He'll be facing the bottom of the Dodger lineup too. So Derek Norris struck out, grounded out, flied out, and single left in the 8th inning. Myers at first. Spangenberg at third. 4-3 Padres in the ninth. Hatcher yesterday hit a batter, then got a double play, struck out Amarista, and that was that. But that's not tonight. In the dirt. Nice block by Yasmani Grandal. Spangenberg holding at third. Myers at first. 4 runs, 8 hits for the Padres, 3 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors for the Dodgers. One ball and no strikes. And ball 2. In the Dodger bullpen, Juan Nicasio begins to warm up behind Hatcher. Hatcher made only 9 pitches in relief yesterday. He's now made 8. Myers held on by Gonzalez. Spangenberg down the line from third. Infield up. Myers, the center fielder, runs well. Two balls, no strikes. There he goes. Change curve for a strike. But figured they'd turn Myers loose. Not that he's a big stolen base man. His high for the Rays, 6. So now let's see with the stolen base. First base open. 2-1 the count to Derek Norris, and Grandal going out to talk to Hatcher. Waiting on deck, Matt Kemp, and then Justin Upton. So Mattingly has used his pen. Didn't quite work tonight. Baez, Rodriguez, Garcia, Howell, and now Hatcher. Greinke went 6 innings, made 94 pitches. Looked like he was going to get a win, but now not involved. 2-1. 2-2. Norris hit that thing right off the front of the bat. Two and 2 to Derek. Chris Hatcher, basically a fastball, slider, changeup, added a splitter 2 years ago. So second and third, nobody out, 2-2 the count. Ground ball hard, inside third, down the line. In comes Spangenberg. Here comes Myers. The throw to second not in time. It is 6-3 in favor of San Diego. And for the Dodgers, the bullpen has had a very rocky night. So a double by the catcher Norris. His second hit, 2 RBIs. Hatcher nailed now for 3. 6 runs, 9 hits for the Padres. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. If turnabout is fair play, the Dodgers beat the Padres yesterday 6-3. So Mattingly trying to, as he said, mix and match, and it hasn't worked. He has Juan Nicasio in the pen. The Padres have Matt Kemp ready to come up, and we'll be right back. have scored 3 in the top of the 9th inning to take a 6-3 lead at the expense of the Dodger bullpen. Greinke pitched a great 6 innings. The Dodgers, meanwhile, using 6 pitchers after Greinke, and they just can't get the outs. Padres 6 runs, 9 hits. Dodgers 3 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors. Big double by Derek Norris to knock in 2 after Myers had a base hit to knock in 1. Matt Kemp is 1 for 3, singled and scored a run in the first inning, stole a base in the 6th. So here's Matt going up against Juan Nicasio. Nicasio 6'3", 210, 29 years old, from San Pedro de Macorís, and Matt checking in. Norris at second base, fouled away, 0-1. We were talking about Juan Nicasio the last time that he pitched for the Dodgers. A rather courageous guy. He came from the Rockies. In 2011, a line drive off the bat at Ian Desmond of the Nationals struck him in the head and broke his neck. 0-1. 0-2. Matt so far having a good series. Tomorrow night, concluding game, Andrew Cashner, Brandon McCarthy. No balls and 2 strikes. So Matt Kemp unable to make contact, strikes out. Matt goes 1 for 4, first inning single. So Nicasio gets an elusive out. That's the first out. And the 6th hitter is Justin Upton. Got a triple, fly deep to left. Popped up, walk. Upton with Middlebrooks on deck. So Nicasio gets an out, and that's not been easy for the Dodger pitchers in the inning. Fastball skied to right. Puig coming over to the line. Reaches and makes the play. Tagging up is Norris and gets over to third base. Wonderful play by Puig. Coming right over to the barrier down there in the right field line. And then Norris, who runs so well, tags and goes to third. Puig one-hands it, bangs into the fence, lets off a strong throw, but Norris just does beat it, and the throw right on the money to Justin Turner. So a runner at third, 2 out, 3 runs in, and the prospects of looking at Craig Kimbrell. And the Dodgers really will be facing a very tall mountain to climb. Middlebrooks 0 for 4 in the dirt. Middlebrooks struck out twice, flied to left and flied to right. Jerko and Middlebrooks the only fellas in the lineup without a hit. 6 runs, 9 hits for the Padres. 3 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors for the Dodgers. Off speed for a strike. Yonder Alonso on deck. Alonso had a big hit, base hit in the 8th inning. Check swing, no swing. 2 balls and 1 strike to Will Middlebrook. Adrian Gonzalez did something rather rare. Tell you about it maybe when the Dodgers come up to hit. 2-1 to count. And ball 3. Well, we can tell you, Adrian, the first player since 1956 and the second ever to have a single double and home run in each of the first 2 games. Ray Jablonski of the Cincinnati Reds did it back in 1956. He could care less. All he knows is Dodgers are down 6-3. 3-1. Ground foul, 3-2. A couple of third basemen, one thrilled and one down. Arizona beat the Giants 7-6. Jake Lamb, the third baseman, knocked in 4. That gave him 7 RBIs in his first 2 games this year. So he's flying on cloud 9. 3-2. And a shot up the middle. Backhanded by Kendrick, but Howie doesn't have a play. The run scores, and it's 7-3 in favor. And that'll be a base hit for the Padres to add yet another run. They lead by 4.
23.
The Middlebrook base hit up the middle, run batted in. Norris brings it home. That run is charged to Hatcher. So Hatcher, unable to close, charged with 4 runs. The other player who's as low as Lamb is high is the Texas third baseman. I make it Oakland. Oakland was playing Texas. And Brett Lowry for Oakland struck out 4 times on 12 pitches. Fouled away. In fact, it was so amazing they kept track of the pitches. 12 pitches, strikes out 4 times. 8 were sliders, 3 were curveballs, and 1 fastball. Wow. Meanwhile, 7-3 favor of San Diego. 1 ball and 1 strike. I think in the minutes of the last meeting, we should check in the new rules, the clock and the hitter, and what someone can do, what they can't do to speed up the game. Well, yesterday was 3 hours and 4 minutes. Tonight's game started at 7:40, and we're now straight up 11 o'clock. 1-1. And a strike. 1-2. Alonso is the 8th man to come up in the 9th inning. He's had 2 hits in the 7th inning, came around to score, and in the 8th inning came up with a big base hit. And his base hit was against J.P. Howell, who was brought in to get him. 1-2. Squirted off the end of the bat. Turner will pick it up, but he will not have a play. That thing came right out of a hose, and he will take it for a base hit. So for Alonso, he winds up with 3 hits.
Jed Jerko.
Take another look. Right off the end of the bat, and of course Turner way over toward shortstop, never had a play. So 7-11. They can open up a store for the Padres. Dodgers 3 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors. And here is Jerko, the only man now in the starting lineup without a hit. 0 for 4, 2 ground balls, struck out and popped up. Oh and 1. So Nicasio came in, struck out Kemp. and now has given up hits to Middlebrook and then that dribbler to Alonso, which of course looks like the line drive in the box score. 0-1. Ground ball to Rollins, quick shovel, and that'll be that. So 9 men came to the plate in the 9th inning. 4 of them come home. 2 are left, and here comes Craig Kimbrel making his debut with the Padres. He is something else, and the Padres lead 7-3. And the Dodgers will now look at one of the truly outstanding relievers, closers in the game. Starting in 2011, he saved 46 for Atlanta. The next year, 42. The next year, 2013, he saved 50. And last year, he saved 47. It was a freakish thing that happened to Craig. He was working in construction, and sheetrock, about 800 pounds of sheetrock, dropped on his left foot and broke several bones, including those in 4 of his toes. Well, it was fall baseball practice, and he was itching to play, but he was on crutches. Here's Andre Ethier, 0-1. Kimbrel, actually itching to throw, wanted to play catch, so he kneeled and started throwing with a manager or a trainer catching the ball. And by throwing on his knees, he developed the muscles in his lower back and in his butt. And he got to the point he was throwing the ball farther off 2 knees than guys who were standing up. And he was throwing, they tell me, on his knees 90 to 94 miles an hour. And as he tell you, that broken foot was the biggest break in his career. He's made 2 pitches to Ethier, each of them 97 miles an hour. I mean, you could really spend some time talking about Kimbrel. Sliced foul. Kimbrel is not just another relief pitcher. Last year, the highest number of saves in the league with 47. His percentage of saves to opportunities is 92%. I mean, he's amazing. Last year, he came in at 95 strikeouts. Year before, 98. Year before that, 116. And the year before that, in 2011, when he was a rookie, he struck out 127 in 70-some-odd innings. They say if the hitter takes the first pitch, he'll wind up hitting 123. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And down goes Ethier on a breaking ball. 1 away. Kimbrel was a shock to the National League. The Padres traded away Cameron Maben and Carlos Quentin, but it happened just before Easter, and he was ready for opening day. So here's Peterson, fly to center, grounded to first, struck out. 7-3 in favor of the Padres. Breaking ball strike, 0-1. Kimbrel, by the way, is 26. He'll be 27 the end of May. See that stance? That's another part of the, what would you call it, domination. Breaking ball misses. I mean, he looks like he's daring the hitter to challenge him. His velocity has improved. In 2010, he was averaging 95. Last year, he got up to 97. Fastball just off at 97. So it's not like he's some big giant. He's 5'11". He will make a, well, look at the Padres. I mean, they had Trevor Hoffman. They had Houston Street. They had that combination of Luke Gregerson and Mike Adams. Now they have Kimbrel. Wow. 2-2 to Jock Peterson. Dodgers burned up 7 pitchers tonight. And so Jock Peterson strikes out to go 0 for 4. Kimbrel comes in and picks up 2 strikeouts.
Now batting, number 10.
And Justin Turner batting 9th coming up. Turner just got in the game in a double switch and flied to right field in the 7th inning. So tomorrow night, the final game of the 3 games, the so-called rubber game, Andrew Cashner and Brandon McCarthy. Fastball at 97. He's like a machine out there. 1 ball and no strikes. They're all watching his every move. The strikeout pitch, both to Ethier and Peterson, was 86 miles an hour. Breaking ball. Another fastball. 2-0. Craig Kimbrel, who certainly changes the scene in San Diego. 2-0. And he's behind now. 3 balls, no strikes. Kimbrel, Rookie of the Year in 2011. He set a Major League record with his 46 saves as a rookie. What is a pregame ritual for Kimbrel? A shower. Fastball strike. He figures he sits around for about 8 innings, and he doesn't want to sit around soaking wet from perspiration. He is also a 2nd-degree black belt. 3-1. Fastball in there. Throws fastball. He has a slider and a changeup. That's all he needs. In February of last year, the Braves had signed him to a 4-year deal. In fact, the contract paid to the maximum would have been almost $59 million. And yet, here he is with San Diego. Fastball blows him away. 96. So all Kimbrel does is send the word out. I'm with San Diego. I have just struck out the side. Ho hum. 7 runs, 11 hits, no errors for the Padres. 3 runs, 7 hits, 3 errors for the Dodgers. It took Kimbrel 16 pitches to strike out the side. A reminder, it's Cashner, McCarthy tomorrow night. And certainly the play of the game occurred in the 9th inning. And that was when Will Myers came up and grounded one on through into right field. And that picked up one. Myers driving in a tiebreaker. And it went on to be all San Diego. So tomorrow night, Cashner and McCarthy. We'll talk to you then. Till then, we wish you all good night, everybody.
Los Angeles Dodgers do thank